घंटे का बोर्डिंग हो जाएगा। was at the chimney. seen your plans? Yes. Your specialty subject is what about I don't. This trip, I have done everything. I had a yeah. So I'm happy to try. I was very.
कल इसको लाइव करेंगे कभी कल इसको लाइव रिकॉर्डिंग नहीं करता हूँ भी किया ना तो जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा फिर बहुत धीरे डेटा बनेगा नहीं ये रहने रिसर्च चेक करना अब तक चलता है कौन सा ये करना होगा जूमिंग जूम और ज़्यादा करना होता है हाँ इसीलिए तो पीछे से करता हूँ मतलब लेंस चेंज करता हूँ नोट किया तो फिर भी क्लोजअप इतना ही मिलेगा वो लेंस तो लेंस चेंज करता हूँ पीछे से आराम से लेंस
The best thing to do is hope it doesn't happen while you're on the stage. You go, yeah, yeah. You'll see the YouTube video going to the mic we had that.
Yeah, people are known to be at the race there. They will be very high. But cross board.
अगर आप यहाँ से देखें तो क्या फर्क नहीं है अभी जूम नहीं सकते वहाँ पीछे से आराम से वो अच्छे लगता है
Oh, maybe they're coming here. Pakistan, Karachi, or whatever. Completely overrated.
damage, cargo contamination, and other cargo claims.
Deal with the issues that they arise during the hike. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's been very good to getting to know some of you, good to meet some of you afterwards as well. This case study that we It's been very good to getting to know some of you, hope to meet some of you afterwards as well. This case study that we've created is called Frozen Cargo Hot Tempers, and as Sean mentioned, it's fictional, and it has a number of issues that fortunately don't arise. of the time charterer's orders, whether that is a legitimate or an illegitimate voyage. longer in an efficient state to carry out the charter service, the owner has a duty within a reasonable time to take reasonable steps to return her to an efficient state. Now, assuming the charterer's use of the vessels allowed them to do that, of course, if the charterer's orders have meant that they can't, then owners possibly have a defence. There is case law authority, the LIP hire, that the due diligence obligations does cover things like tank cleaning, which I would say, by analogy, includes the lines as well as the tanks. We know on the facts, or at least we can assume, that the crew were aware of the properties of the high pour point cargo and what was going to happen to that cargo if it was left sitting in the lines. It was going to solidify. We can also, I think, assume that the crew would have been capable of carrying out the hot water washing either at the discharge port or perhaps on the ballast voyage, although potentially owners could argue that because it took 6 days to actually do the cleaning, they might not have been able to. So the question is, were they under an obligation by their duty of due diligence and to provide customer assistance to use hot water washing to strip this residue out? As this is a case study, and we're not going to go to court or an arbitration, I can't tell you 100% what the answer to that is, but I think it is part of their obligation. I think when you're dealing with a cargo such as this, which you know is going to solidify, you know there's probably going to be some residues left, and you know that they're going to block all your lines, I think you probably do have an obligation to use reasonable endeavours to get that out, and I think hot water washing is within their capabilities, so I think they should have done it. So I would be interested if anyone is here who works with tankers and has cargoes like this, perhaps afterwards what they think. I would have thought that they do have an obligation. Which comes to the second question, where potentially owners' failures are going to cause them problems, which is off-hire. Shell Time 4 has a very comprehensive off-hire clause. It's clause 21. And the key parts are wherever there is a breakdown of machinery, boilers or other parts of the vessel or her equipment, and I think we can presume that that would encompass a situation where the lines are blocked, because obviously you can't load or discharge in those circumstances, or any other similar cause preventing the efficient working of the vessel, then the vessel shall be off-hire from the commencement of such loss of time until she is again ready in an efficient state to resume her service. And here's a key point, from a position not less favourable to charterers than that at which the loss of time commenced. And I should add, by the way, that one thing that you always have to keep in mind is what is the service that is immediately required of the vessel. There is quite a bit of case law to suggest that what is the service required of the vessel can change, and sometimes in quite a surprising way. So, for example, there was a case where the vessel loaded a cargo of off-spec, I think it was butane, and everyone knew it was off-spec. And when they arrived at the next port, they found out it was going to take them several days to clean the vessel for the next cargo. And charterers said, well, although all that time spent cleaning is off-hire, because I wanted you to load. And the judgment was, no, the service you required was the cleaning, and therefore they were carrying that out, and so you're not off-hire. So you've always got to remember that the service that is immediately required is the key thing. And if that's not interrupted, then you're not off-hire. And this is a picture I found of someone cleaning out an oil tanker. It's a bit different to hot water washing, but it looks sufficiently unpleasant that I thought I'd include it here. I'm really glad that's not my job. Anyway, so we know that it took them 6 days to clean out the residue, and we know that there's been a breakdown, which is an off-hire event. So the only way that owners can avoid that being off-hire is if they can say, well, the service that was required was to do the cleaning and not to load the next cargo. But I don't think that argument works here, because if you've breached your obligations to carry out the hot water washing as part of customer assistance, I don't think you can then say that charterers seriously wanted me to do cleaning. What they wanted was for you to load the cargo, and you can't because you've breached your obligations. And so the 6 days when you were cleaning it was off hire, I would say. Perhaps some owners would disagree with me. The next issue is, if it's off, assuming that it is off hire for those 6 days, what about the 12 further days when they're waiting for a berth? You think, well, that's not my fault. I'm not responsible for that, that's the terminal. But the problem you've got is that clause 21 says that when you go off hire, you stay off hire until you're in a position no less favourable to the charterers than you were when you went off hire. And they went off hire at the berth, and then they're sitting in an anchorage. So I would suggest that the vessel is not in a position no less favourable until it gets back to a berth. So I would suggest that 12 further days is probably off hire as well. There is case law on this. The Trade Nomad considers the operation of this precise clause quite comprehensively. And I think we can safely say that a different berth would have been no less favourable. But if you're just sitting in the anchorage waiting for a berth, I think you're in a position which is less favourable than being at berth to the charterers. So you're probably going to be off hire. So I would argue that all 18 days is off hire. But again, perhaps some owners would disagree with me about that. The final issue that I'm going to cover before I hand back to Sean is the question of remoteness. So, assuming that owners have breached their customary assistance obligations or their due diligence obligations, you've got a breach of contract by owners, and you've now got all these claims coming from an oil refinery, a voyage charterer below the time charterer, who owners have no, let's assume owners have no contract with, don't even know who they are, and suddenly they're bringing all these claims to do with their refinery against owners. You've got several questions. The first question is whether owners' breach of contract caused the loss, and I think for the purposes of this case study we can presume that they can show that it causes the loss because they didn't get the cargo in time and they had to do whatever you have to do as a refinery whenever you don't get your cargo on time. But the key question is whether owners assumed responsibility for losses like that. And I do query whether owners have assumed responsibility for something like that. It seems quite outside of the world of a ship owner to know about the ins and outs of how refineries operate and what they might have to do. And when they contracted with the charterers, and that's the key point you have to consider at the time they contracted, so 2 years before this all happened, they really contemplate taking on the risk of potentially their counterparties sub-voyaging charter to a refinery and then coming up with millions of dollars worth of claims. I would suggest not. And obviously it's only a question of evidence. I mean, if, for example, I don't know, at the time that they entered into the time charter, charterers had said, oh, by the way, just so you know, we're going to be a lot to refineries, so there's going to be a lot of problems if you don't deliver things on time. Possibly charterers could argue that owners did contemplate losses like that, but absent any evidence of that, I think you're going to struggle. And it's important to remember that the normal measure of damages for a short or late delivery is simply the cost of obtaining an equivalent cargo at the place of delivery at the time it should have been delivered, less the value of the cargo that actually was delivered. So how does that work when you've got all these claims? So, okay, first of all, short cargo. I think that's understandable. I can see why owners would have taken on the risk for a short cargo. They breached their charter, the cargo's got lost somewhere, probably as part of the cleaning, possibly. So I think short cargo is understandable and possibly not too remote. The replacement vessel and the replacement cargo and the vessel that carried it is a slightly more difficult area, possibly. I would say I could see that if you're an owner and someone and you breach your charter and you mean that a cargo is going to be delayed, I can see why you might have it in your mind that someone would then have to get a replacement cargo from somewhere. So that's a grey area, I would say. That's a possible But reallocation costs, the refinery shunting around quantities of cargo from refinery to refinery and then charging tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars for doing that in order to keep production going, I struggle to see how an owner would have contemplated that. And the same thing for production losses, the loss of profits from the refinery not being able to operate because it didn't have the cargo. I don't think that would have been within owners' contemplation when they entered into the time charter. And therefore I think that is probably going to be too remote from the owner's point of view. However, of course, the voyage charterer is suing the time charterer, and the time charterer is, as I mentioned at the start, an oil trader. So it is possible that when you're the charterer, you would have had this sort of thing in your mind. So the nightmare scenario for the charterer is that he might get caught in the middle on some of these claims. He might be liable for some of these ones that are too remote for owners, so he won't get his money back. So even though owners have breached the charter, possibly, time charterers are going to have to pay for it, facing the oil refinery. But in the best traditions of being a lawyer, there are arguments either way. So I'm sure if this was a real case, they'd still try and argue it. Okay, I think there's only one more issue to cover, and that's the Greek court proceedings, so I shall hand over to Sean.
So the last point here is, of course, the proceedings have been commenced, and we have it here that proceedings have been commenced in Greece, and that's the Greek court. Of course, that's a breach of the Charter Party clause, which is there, which talks about it's English law, and all disputes shall be referred to arbitration in London. So, this often happens. The clients will contact us and say, well, they've started proceedings in Sierra Leone or somewhere like that, or anywhere unusual, and there's immediate panic because they're worried that they think they won't get their case, and in some jurisdictions they won't get their case properly put, and the arguments will not be properly addressed. India is the same as England. The legal profession, the judiciary is sensible, arguments are properly put, but there are, I mentioned earlier on my CV, I'd spent a lot of time in the 1990s involved with West Africa and investigating fraudulent claims in West Africa, container claims. And there's certainly jurisdictions there where you're not always sure that you're going to get justice, really, and the things happen. I don't need to say any more, but so that this does happen. Here, because we've got proceedings in Greece, now Greece is obviously part of the EU, so that's the immediate consideration. What often we suggest to clients is that, well, you could try to go for what's called an anti-suit injunction. Now, an anti-suit injunction is an order that the English courts are prepared to give in circumstances like this, where there's a clear clause saying the party should go to arbitration in London, and the anti-suit injunction is a direction that the party who's started proceedings in a foreign court should stop those proceedings, and the proceedings, the dispute should be dealt with by arbitration in London. So often the English court has exercised that jurisdiction since the early 1900s. There was a case, small case back in 1820, where the English court decided that Scottish courts were not equipped to deal with a certain issue because their procedures weren't good enough. I'm sure they were, but anyway, this particular judge decided that Scotland wasn't appropriate, so he gave an anti-suit injunction stopping proceedings there, which came as a surprise to the Scots, I'm sure. But it's an order that's direct. It says you've got to stop your proceedings. It's directed against the party, the individual or the company. It's not an order to the foreign court, although some foreign courts may perceive it that way. But it's an order that says you, individual or company, you must stop now your proceedings. If they don't stop, then you can go back to the English court and say, dear Mr. Judge, they've not stopped, you made that order, And you can say to the judge, please now place that company or that individual in contempt of the English court, which is all well and good if they have, well, the consequences of that are that you can then start arresting their assets in the UK. You can even arrest them if they travel to the UK, and even the directors of some other company, such as it could be a Moroccan company or a Sierra Leonean company. They often do like to travel to London for business reasons, other reasons, but they can be arrested at Heathrow Airport if they're in contempt of the English court. So if it works, then it can be a very powerful weapon. The issue here, though, will be that they've started proceedings in Greece, which is part of the EU, and as you know, we are still part of the EU for the time being. Sadly, no, sorry, I say sadly. I'm in favour of staying in the EU, but it's amazing that there was 50.2% of people in England decided otherwise. So things are changing, possibly. But the issue at the moment is that the English court, the European Court of Justice, decided that you cannot grant an anti-suit injunction in favour of arbitration. Two ways. You can't get an anti-suit injunction in favour of arbitration proceedings that are going on that are in the contract in London, and also if there are court proceedings started in another country for court proceedings. So, and that was a case called the Front Comore, was arbitration related. So what would happen here is that you would not be able to prevent the Greek court by way of an injunction. You could go to the Greek court and say, there was an arbitration clause here, please stop your proceedings, please stay the proceedings in favour of arbitration. Perhaps unlikely that the Greek court are going to listen to you. And there are some courts in Europe that might listen, but places like Greece, Belgium, we've had experience of, are not keen on this, the idea that the English court, if you start proceedings in that jurisdiction, they should stay there, is what they think. We mentioned the Brussels regulation, that was the old Brussels Convention. It changed, it was slightly tweaked recently, and for instance, it says there that it used to say that if the court first seized in Europe, so if you start proceedings in Greece, then that they'll have to stay there. The new Brussels regulation says that if there are Greek proceedings going on, but there's for instance, an English jurisdiction clause, not arbitration, then the Greek court should stay the proceedings in favour of the English court. No doubt there will be some argument around that, but that's what it says. But here, it wouldn't help you, because it's arbitration. So unfortunately, you would have to, because the Greek court proceedings had started, you would have to continue those and be involved in it. As I say, I mentioned Brexit. At the moment, because we're leaving, that may change, but even with the standstill agreement we're not going to leave immediately, there might be another 3 or 4 years before the European Court of Justice stops being our Supreme Court, as it were, ultimate court. So there was a lot in that presentation. I hope it was useful, just to give you a flavour of the type of issues that arise, as I say, not necessarily in one case always, but the sort of things we deal with when disputes arise. I think we're very happy to answer some questions. I think maybe at the end is what, there's a panel discussion at the end, but please do ask us questions during the break if you want to. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request Commodore Octa to come up and present a plaque to the speakers? It's a token of our appreciation, sir. To Mr. Sean Gibbons. Can you come up here?
Thank you very much.
And to Alex McHugh. Thank you so much. Thank you, Commodore. Okay, we now break for a hot cup of tea, which is just outside, and we reconvene in about 25 minutes. Don't worry, I will push you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello. Hello. No, I've done that. I'm your student. I've already done it. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We now commence the next session, and I request Captain Behel to come and introduce the next speaker.
Good afternoon again. When Shiv was talking about the housekeeping rules, he's told everything about the fire extinguisher, the club, and where the refreshments are, but he hasn't told you where the drinks are. That is a secret which he's keeping up his sleeve till the very last moment. Again, I'm so happy and privileged to introduce our next speaker, Dimitris, working for the American Club. Again, my previous company, Murray Fenton, and we go back more than 30 years, and I've always associated American Club with condition surveys. So again, I'm very happy to introduce him for this new role, if you like. He's talking about claims handling strategies from theory to practice. And I can say that when I heard him on 27th, 3 days ago at the ITC, he was a wonderful speaker. So I'm sure you're going to enjoy this presentation as well. Dimitris is a managing director of the Shanghai office of Ship Owners Claim Bureau. The New York base manages the American Steamship Owners Mutual Protection and Indemnity Association Incorporated. He is dual qualified solicitor in England and Hong Kong and over 15 years of experience as a shipping lawyer. Most recently gained in the Shanghai branch as the leading international shipping law firm. He previously worked as an in-house counsel to a large shipping and trading company.
Thank you. I can't do the speech in Hindi though, if that's what you're expecting from me, so apologies. Good afternoon. A very warm welcome from me, and a very warm thank you to our hosts for this beautiful location to be presenting in. It's an honor to share this platform with the other speakers, with whom, actually, as we were saying earlier, we work very closely in our business. The topic I want to speak to you about today fits in very well with the previous and subsequent presentations, and it relates to how P&I clubs handle claims on behalf of their members. This particular topic is based on a speech we gave for our members in Taipei maybe about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So it's a bit meatier than I was hoping it would be. So I don't really propose to go through every slide like we would normally do for our members, otherwise, despite the coffee you've consumed, I'll probably put you to sleep. What I do want to do is focus on some of the slides which really show how much value, why you should use the resources that a club has available for you as a member. There we go. Okay, so there's a quick note here just to remind you why it is vital for you to take advantage of the club's expertise. There's some bullet points there. I won't go through everything. It just shows you what the club can assist you with early on in the process. In this slide here, we have a look at the steps that need to be taken following an incident. In the presentation, we'll focus on cargo incidents and crew incidents, but these steps apply to all incidents that you may need to notify to your P&I club. I don't think it's an overstatement to say that of all these strategic steps in this and the subsequent slide, the most important one is the first one. Unless there's an early indication of an incident, any incident, unless that lead and execute any of the other steps, unless we're timely notified. We're timely notified of something happening. I think the general principle really is, if in doubt, just notify your club. I've never heard of any club complaining about being notified about something they don't cover. Usually it's the reverse. And of course, this is so important that any club you speak to will point you to a rule that it has, that unless you notify a claim early on, it has the opportunity to reserve cover. So here are some more of these steps that need to be taken following an incident. And here is a theoretical crew incident and what we, together with our members, would do in case of a personal injury, illness, or even death of a crew member. Because you have the slides, I'm not going to go through every bullet point in the slide. I'll leave them. Incident involving a third party like a stevedore or a longshoreman or supercargoes sent on behalf of the charterers. And the next slide is some more about third parties. So this is the case study. We will call the vessel the Abandoned. This case study is based on an actual instance that we handled out of the club's Shanghai office throughout the first half almost of 2018. The factual matrix is on the slide. Effectively, it's a case of abandonment where the MLC, as it now applies, bites and a club is obliged to intervene. If that was just the case, then it wouldn't be a particularly complicated matter. Unfortunately, it's sad that some ship owners will abandon the crew and not pay them wages, and then leave them be, in this case in Zhoushan shipyard, for a number of months without fresh water supplies or even shore power. But that in itself is not necessarily that difficult to deal with. The crew incidents that complicated this matter, you'll see them in a minute. And these are the ones that really made our life and the life of the seafarers on board difficult. The first thing we do, obviously, is we appoint local correspondents. They check the status of the vessel from a safety perspective. They check the condition of the crew, make sure that none of them require medical care. They take steps towards repatriating the crew, examining the cost and the procedures for doing so, and also start assisting the lawyers in preserving the claims of the crew against the ship owners. I just mentioned the lawyers. They're there to not only ensure that we comply with our obligations, because we need to satisfy the obligations of the convention. We need to be able to say that the flag state is happy with the steps that we're taking, but also China, as the host nation in this particular case, has to be happy with everything that we're doing. So locally we coordinate with the correspondents and the lawyers and the ITF and a number of other organizations. There's a couple of slides on the MLC, which I won't go through, but if it's something that interests you, we can discuss later. This slide and the next one is the one you need to look up, because it lists the problems that we had to resolve as a club. Some of the problems are routine, in that if the owner hasn't paid for the upkeep of the vessel, then no one's prepared to provide shore power. The seafarers obviously didn't have visas. In this case, the crew members' passports were held by the agent because he hadn't been paid. The vessel was under arrest, but that's again not much of a problem. The strangest problem we had in this case is that for a number of months the crew didn't want to be repatriated. It's not something we could understand, or anyone could understand for that matter. It was a judgment that they collectively made purely on the fear that they will never get the money if they left the ship. It made their life more difficult than it should have been, but it's an understandable stance when you no longer can trust anyone and you've been stuck on board the ship with no food or water for a number of months. And really until we were notified by the flag states, you're relying on handouts to survive. So the crew were Ukrainian. With the help of the Consulate General of the Ukraine, we were able to convince them to repatriate. So you can see there's a whole host of problems, some routine, some not in this case. But just when we thought that all our problems were over, and literally the day the crew were on the way to the airport in Shanghai to be repatriated, the chief engineer suffered a suspected heart attack and was rushed to hospital. The correspondents acted very fast. They provided their own LOU so that medical care could be provided to the chief engineer on an expedited basis. Otherwise, we had to prepay the hospital, and that facility wasn't available in such short order. But again, the biggest complication here was, surprisingly, the chief engineer himself. This was a man who, particularly the last few months, had taken to smoking and drinking heavily. And even though he suffered a suspected heart attack, he saw no reason why that should change, even while he was being hospitalized. So we had a hard time convincing him to stop smoking and drinking while he was in hospital, let alone afterwards. Luckily for him, his wife intervened, saw the seriousness of the position, signed all the forms so he could be examined. He didn't have to have an operation, but so was eventually discharged and was free to fly the next day. The case, this particular case with the chief engineer, raised quite a novel issue about cover, which mercifully we didn't have to deal with, but may come to bite us in the backside in a few months' time if the chief engineer continues the lifestyle that he's keeping, which he's bound to. And the issue is this: I'm not sure to what extent, even in an abandonment case where we step into the shoes of the ship owners, we are obliged to assist someone who doesn't want to help themselves. So if you have, in this particular case, and has been diagnosed with occlusions in his heart and his arteries already, if he brings a claim against the club or the owners subsequently, are we obliged to cover that, bearing in mind that he's refused to follow medical advice? I don't know the answer, and I'm touching wood that I don't have to find it, but I suspect this may come back to us very soon. The second incident which occurred, and is the truly sad one, is what happened to the master of the vessel while he was on board. The crew effectively ganged up on him. He was the sole focus of their attention, and he was held to be responsible for all their ills. So he was subjected to some physical violence, but mostly emotional and psychological violence, including threats to his own family. He was perceived to be the agent of the owners, and that he was acting on their instructions, even though he was stuck in the same circumstances as they were. He was a very diligent man, as most masters are. He chose to ignore his own well-being for the sake of his crew. He didn't seek any medical advice when he was asked whether he has any concerns about his own health, as all the crew were. He didn't mention anything. But the problem was that as a result of the stress, he developed ultimately a brain tumor, which was only diagnosed when he returned back to the Ukraine. The club took the decision almost immediately that whatever medical expenses the master needed and will continue to need, and is actually with you, the decision was made, officially the decision was made because it was clear that his condition was brought on while he was under employment in the vessel, so we would have had to cover it in any event. The club took the decision before we knew the full factual background of the case that given what he'd been through, we would have covered it in any event. But we had the extra complication of the MLC, which was new in these circumstances, so we had to obtain legal advice to confirm that what we were doing was actually supported. Like I said, we would have done it anyway, but it was nice to have the legal advice in place to support us. I now move to the second case study, which is the cargo claim. So it's slightly less alarming circumstances than the one we just covered, although it's a soybean claim, so if any of you have been exposed to soybean claims, you should have alarm bells ringing already. Until the one issue I will mention later, there really wasn't anything extraordinary about the case itself. Most soybean claims actually are not particularly complex. The values tend to be quite high because of the value of the cargo and the size of the ships that carry them from the Americas to China, but the cases are not particularly complex themselves. That means that we as a club and most clubs really have a standard checklist of the things that need to be done and strategies that need to be followed when we're notified of a soybean claim. I list those here, and you can have a quick look. It's pretty much what you would expect. There are a few slides that I'm not going to go through, but you can have a look at your leisure that go into some detail about the case itself, which I don't really think is that important at this stage. We did issue a club LOU. Again, this is not particularly unusual. What was unusual in this case, and it just proves the point that if you know what to expect and line your ducks early on, you can strike very quickly when needed. In this case, we issued the club LOU on Christmas Eve out of the New York office. I was actually on the air at the time, so I couldn't do it in China, even though obviously Christmas is not celebrated in China, so the office was open. But because everything had been lined up perfectly beforehand, it was very easy and quick for our New York office to do it on Christmas Eve. So that's not so much to praise us for issuing an LOU on Christmas Eve, but to make sure that whoever you work with has to have everything well prepared in advance, and you have to pick someone who's got experience in these types of claims because they can anticipate what's going to come and be ready for it before you do a lot of the times. There follow some slides on the claim itself, which I'm not going to go through. The defenses might be of interest to some of you who are more on the kind of legal side of things in-house, but I will leave those up for you to look at, and you can look at them in your pack as well. The only real interesting or major interesting points in this case was the question of jurisdiction. the bills of lading actually incorporated the Charter Party, which itself didn't have a jurisdiction clause. And it's something we're actually working with Stevenson Harwood in Shanghai to figure out how to approach. It threw a spanner in the works of an otherwise fairly routine matter. And what's frustrating, as you'll see from this slide, is that for once, which is, I have to say, it is quite rare, the bill of lading itself had properly identified the Charter Party to be incorporated. So we have the standard conjugal clause that you see there, which is pretty much always there. But what you don't have is as per Charter Party dated, and then invariably that's never there. So you don't know what the Charter Party refers to. In this particular case, we very clearly knew which Charter Party to look to for law and jurisdiction, but lo and behold, there was no law and jurisdiction clause in the Charter Party. That in itself is obviously very unusual. It is explicable partly in this case because I think it was an in-house fiction note for Cargill, so they weren't really expecting anything to happen, so it was back-to-back in-house terms from one Cargill entity to the other. Our initial reaction was to, and I think that's what we can go for, is to ask the charters to agree to English law and jurisdiction. But we do need to, before we do so, we need you to be careful because, of course, you've got Chinese jurisdiction being involved, and you also have Brazilian jurisdiction, or Argentinian, I can't remember, from the Lloyd port. So there is a very clear suggestion that another jurisdiction may actually trump English law and jurisdiction in terms of applicability, and although we don't anticipate that anyone would necessarily want to litigate in one of those jurisdictions, we need to be prepared for their response that that's what they want to do just to annoy us. So maybe next year I'll tell you what happened on that front. Right, so that pretty much concludes my presentation. There's not much to say by way of conclusion other than the stuff that we've already covered. There really are just a few key elements that bind all claims of all types, and we covered those in the beginning, and most of the points you've been able to pass through the examples that we've given. There are some interesting points that relate to the MLC, which was a bit outside the ambit of this particular presentation, but I'm happy to talk to you about later if you want. But for now, thank you very much for your attention, and I'll speak to you during the Q&A. Thank you.
Narayan to come up and hand over the plaque to Dimitris.
If you come this way. See the photographer. Oh, he's running. Not a good idea. Shall I go slowly then?
Thank you very much. Just as an introduction, Commandant Shriman Narayan is from the Indian Coast Guard. I now request Captain Bail to come up and do his duty.
Yes, happy to introduce the last speaker of the day. Left to me, I just say one line as introduction. He's my golf guru. But I have a duty to perform. I have to read out the academics. So Captain Sanjay Maini joined the International Registries in 2007 as a country head, India subcontinent, and set up the Mumbai office. IRI and its affiliates are the maritime and corporate administrators for the Republic of Marshall Islands. Captain Maini has over 22 years experience at sea, including 8 years as master on tanker, and has sailed with leading tanker ownership companies. While with TESMA, he helped develop standards with regards to safety, quality and security. He lectured part-time at the Maritime Institute, New Delhi, India, teaching tanker economics and tanker safety. That's a very wide perspective here. He's on the technical committee of Indian Register of Shipping and RENA. He's on the advisory board of various maritime committees, and he's a founder member of the Maritime Awareness Program Society, and naturally he's an avid golfer. Captain Many, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As is customary, I must thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be here among you. But when I met the crowd, when I walked in here, I found that all of you know more than me. So there's nothing that I can teach you here, but I'll share something with you. Whenever I'm speaking anywhere, I always reminded of this joke, I read many years ago in Reader's Digest. There was a preacher, he was asked by a journalist, he says, don't you get perturbed when somebody you're speaking to starts looking at his watch? He says, no, that doesn't bother me. What bothers me when he starts to shake it and find if it's working or not. So, I'm going to be watching you from the corner of my eye. First of all, before we touch the topic, I would like to introduce who we are. We are an NGO. We are based out of Washington, a place very close to Washington called Reston in Virginia. And we are the corporate and the maritime administrators for the Republic of Marshall Islands, which means that we do everything and they get the credit, so to speak. Just to let you know, we were founded in 1948. The person who founded this company was Edward Stettinius. He was the Secretary of State of US. Very important man with President Roosevelt. And he was one of, during the Yalta Conference in February 1945, Edward Stettinius was also part of that entourage that went to that conference. So he first saw the need for having an open registry where there were not many laws as compared to the national requirements, and where the business objectives of the ship owner will be met more friendly, let's put it that way. So we have about 28 offices across the globe. The Mumbai office was formed in December 2007, and ours was the 15th office that we opened here. So we have named the offices in 3 regions, Region 1, Region 2 and Region 3 as the sun rises. So Region 1 is the whole of Asia up to Singapore. Then from India to Europe is Region 2, and then the Americas are Region 3. When I came and started working for this flag, there was a term which was very popular. It was called flag of convenience. In 2008, I made my first presentation in Bombay, and I showed them a flag state performance table where there were 126 countries listed. This is a table which is created annually by independent bodies like BIMCO and ICS. And among 126 countries, there was only one flag. You see, this table has 15 criteria against which we are judged. In 2008, there was only one flag which did not have a black mark against any of these criteria. And that was an open registry, or flag of convenience. From that day onwards, I started to call FSC as the flag of compliance rather than, yes, it is convenient, but it is also compliant. So that is something you know. Traditionally, there is a traditional registry. You have US, UK, India, Germany, Belgium. They are traditional registries. There are three types of registries that exist today. And they are bound by a lot of laws, a lot of, inter-ministerial dialogue. Then there are the open registries, formerly known as the FOCs. Some of them I think still can be termed as FOCs, but most of them are flagged in compliance today. And those are registries like ours, the Marshall Islands, the Panama, Liberia, and all these. These are open registries. And then you have something called the hybrid. Hybrid is a combination of the traditional registry and an open registry, which means that they follow certain requirements of a traditional registry and certain requirements of an open registry. Some of the traditional registries, like Norway, also operate an open register. All of you who've sailed enough and who are from the maritime community, would know that NIS, for example, is an open registry, but Norway also has a traditional registry. So the idea of having an open registry is to take away all the red tape and allow you to meet the business objective of the owner at a very sound footing. So that's the three types of registries that you have. These are the top 10 flags today in the world in terms of numbers, and we calculate it in gross tons. As you can see, Panama is this is an interesting slide for a lot of people here, I think. There is Panama at number 1 and Japan at number 10. Marshall Islands is second. We have about 162 million gross tons flagged with us, which is roughly about 4,500 ships. And as you can see, you have Liberia, then Hong Kong, Singapore. Just for your information, in 1948, when our company was formed, it was Liberia that we started to run. And we ran it for 52 years. Then we gave it away back to Liska. And then in 1988, we started to work with the Marshall Islands. So it was a great day for us in January 2016 when we overtook Liberia, as you can imagine. Just so this conference is happening in India, you should also know the amount of seafarers that work on board Marshall Island flagships. We have the second highest percentage, this is officers only, and we have second highest in terms of numbers, which roughly translates to about 145,000 active seafarers on board the Marshall Island flag. So that's 21% of our total certificate. That we have issued so far, and the Bombay office does that. What the flag state does, was supposed to do, is governed by UNCLOS 94. This is the one that says what are the duties of a flag state. Whether you are, and everyone comes under this, whether you are a national registry or an open registry or a hybrid, everyone must follow these. Has to. So what does it say? It says you have to maintain a register of ships, obviously. As far as the theme of this conference is concerned, the second last point, conduct investigations, is part of the UNCLOS 94 duties of flag state. It is not the flag says chooses to do because it likes to do, but it is part of the UNCLOS 94 duties of flag state. And the major maritime conventions in play today, I purposely put maritime labor conference convention on top because that is the most talked about these days. And but these are the major. There are many others but these are the majors that I have listed on this for your knowledge. The MLC is also known as the Bill of Rights, Seafarers Bill of Rights, and it has many other aspects to it. What does, you heard of the duties, now let's come to the responsibilities. One clause specifies duties. But what does a flag state impose on itself? A good flag state will impose these two things on itself. One is to act as a regulatory body because you are a flag state. And then the other important thing is also to provide a service. You can't keep hitting somebody on the back and not give them a cure. So what do we do as a regulatory body? Of course, enforce all the applicable laws, participate in work of international organizations like IMO, and disseminate pertinent information, and make sure that the ship follows a certain code of practices which makes it safe, hopefully. What does it do as a service provider? If a ship owner or the technical department of the ship owner sends me a message looking to learn something or seeking a dispensation, or there's so many, we receive about 300 to 400 emails a day. And all our 28 offices are equipped to handle these emails as the sun rises. So it comes to a common box. The ship sails 24/7. So you can't say that my Saturday, Sunday is off. So you have to be able to provide a service 24/7, 365 days a year. That is a service quality that the flag state imposes on itself. It's not mentioned anywhere. But as a responsible flag state, this is one of the most important job a flag state must do. Provide service 24/7. Again, for this conference, conduct quality casualty investigation. We'll come to that. What is the claim? We've heard about from our previous two very good speakers about the nature of claims and case study, but what is the claim? It's a loss. When there is a claim, everybody loses. The ship owner loses, the seafarer loses, the environment loses, the insurance clubs, they lose. I know there is one winner, but I know all of you understand who the winner is when losing. So what does a flag state do then? The most important objective of any flag state is to minimize this loss or even prevent it. So what happens when one claim is prevented? Everyone wins, again except that. Imagine if we were living in a perfect world and everyone lived from 0 to 90 years. Let's talk about a human body. Everyone had a life of 90 years with no disease. So you came one day and when you were 90 years old, everything switched off and you went back. Who do you think, what do you think, which profession will not exist, you think?
Doctor.
The medical profession will not exist. But unfortunately, that's not the case. And we have a lot of doctors, we have medical insurances and stuff like that. If I am the flag state and this gentleman here has given me his ship and said, Sanjay, this is the ship I am giving you, you are going to flag this, can you preserve this? How do I preserve it? I'm not sailing, I'm not a seafarer anymore, I don't go on. How do I preserve it? He says, I don't want to pay that high insurance premium. Can you do something about it? So what can a flag state do to minimize that? Very simple. When you want your child to come first in the class, you do. You appoint extra tutors, you make sure that he's drilled in the house, and you take a lot of care in teaching the child. So what do we do to minimize this claim? It says resolving maritime claims. Let me say, I'm here from a flag state perspective to give you to minimize those claims. So what do? We inspect. It doesn't mean that you are inspecting the ship that there will be no claim or there will be no loss. There will be. That's the human nature. 80% of the world accidents, as I have learned over the years, is due to human flaw. You cannot control that. But I'm talking about our flag, so I can tell you what we do. Initial inspection within 30 days of the flag of the ship being registered. Before that, before even you give a certificate of registry to a ship, what do we do when a ship comes to us? Say, Sanjay, I want to flag in Marshall Islands. So what is the first thing we do? We don't vet the ship. We vet the ship owner. We don't vet the ship. We vet the ship operator who is going to be in charge of running that vessel. Then we come to the ship. Then we see the age. If the vessel is 20 years or less, we don't do a pre-reg inspection. But if it is more, then we will do a pre-registration inspection, which is not mentioned on the slide, but ours is a very young fleet. Our average age is about 9 years. So then we would do something called the annual inspection. And if the vessel ran into trouble with the PSC, we would do a special inspection. And if the vessel was running smoothly, we would still do a quality boarding inspection. Just to see that, let the ship master know that he's not alone, let the ship owner know that we know the ship is coming to for example, to a port where there is a lot of PSC activity and, a lot of, so we would do a quality control boarding there as well. So that's one way you can try to minimize the loss, prevent casualty. But so this objectives is the same, what I've just told you. The last one is the most important, to alert vessel owners, operators, class, ROs and RSLs of a deterioration of performance of vessels under their purview. We also monitor very, very effectively the performance of the ROs. So we have 2 meetings in a year with all the classification societies. We only register a vessel which is classified by a member of IX, and we have an interaction with them twice a year. And we let them know that what we expect, or they let us know what they expect from us. So it's a very two-way meeting. So what is the aim of that investigation department in the flag state? Is to further prevent seafarer occupant accidents and ship casualties, to further protect the environment, to facilitate compliance, to further improve the quality of the world fleet. It's not about the flag, because what it does, what our investigation as a flag state does, is, for the purpose of this conference, please read this line, not to apportion blame with the aim of prosecution. But we will do a thorough investigation into the incident, and then by the IMO code, the casualty code, we are obliged to submit that report. Of course, there are no names of that vessel, just the flag, like Marshall Island flag had this incident, and this is what happened. And then the IMO will publish this, given MEG. We also give it to MEG. And we also coordinate with the coastal state where the accident occurred. And there are various stages of investigation that happen. Eventually, these are the types of investigations that somebody asked me just now, so why injury greater than 72 hours? That is because less than 72 hours, it's how much time is lost. It's a small injury, then we will just accept a report from the ship owner how it happened, the ship operator is obliged to give us a report every time even a small minuscule accident happens on board, including near misses. Which we then again publish. It was something that happened on somebody else's ship. We always discuss that. And I think many will already. Less than 72 hours, it's how much time is lost. The process. So for us, again, it starts with the notification. And then we will evaluate. Of course, then we will go and collect information and do the remote investigation that happens from the office in terms of email rather than on site. Then we would go to that coastal authority where the accident is occurred required. And what is then we will go and collect information and do the remote and very good working relationship here in India with the Director General's office here. And whenever very few incidents have happened, touch wood, and I hope they reduce, but we have had fantastic coordination and cooperation from them. The most important part analysis, the root cause, how you prevent it, what is the corrective action, and then what we do eventually is if might have different flag vessels, but the marine advisory will go to him, which we can implement on his other ships which have other flags. So we don't actually hold any information, we share it with the maritime world. So this part I'm going to, because Amol has just told me that we're going to have a question and answer session later on, so I'll keep this if you have any questions, which I think you should. I'm very poor at answering questions. I want to leave you with this thought. Now this one I want to read. The global shipping industry is a dangerous place. Every day, it leaves 2 ships, it loses 2 ships, pays out $4 million in claims, and radically changes the lives of hundreds of people forever. Human behavior is the source of virtually all such loss, but is also the reason why the loss is not greater. This is the phrase which is published in the Human Element Guide of MCA. And let's work together to make it safer. Simple as that. Thank you very much.
We never know. Please come here. I have something to say before I ask Captain Vasudev. I have something to say. You stood here and you said, okay, I am the flag state. You are giving an example. I am the flag state, and this gentleman is the ship owner. Why wouldn't you point at me as the ship owner? Can I not be a ship owner even in a seminar? Come on, please.
I can see so many ship owners. So many.
Thank you very much, sir. You don't want to enter Thank you, Sanjay. May I request Captain Patil Dev to the proceedings further?
Happy to introduce the last speaker of the day, another speaker from Stevenson Harvard, and he's going to speak on services goes bad, and giving us case history on the Glencore Agriculture versus the Conqueror Holding. So this is a right case. Mr. Max Limansky is a partner in the London office. He has broad experience representing clients in the international arbitrations, with particular expertise in LMA, LCRA and ICC arbitrations and High Court disputes, including injunctive relief. He has also litigated in the European Court of Justice. Max represents a wide range of shipowners, clients and their P&I, FMB, FDND clubs with a focus on the London market and jurisdictions including Scandinavian countries, Italy, India and Singapore. His experience includes a full range of dry shipping issues, including time and voyage charter parties and claims under bills of lading. Max also has considerable expertise in shipbuilding disputes. In the offshore sector, he works with many of the firm's oil and gas clients and has considerable expertise advising in relation to FPSO disputes with client base in Aberdeen, Norway and Houston. He has also developed expertise in the FLNG field. On the Italy, India, charter parties and refund guarantees. Max. Max also has
Great. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to say that there is a small Q&A session, but apart from that, I'm pretty much the last thing that stands between you and a drink, so don't worry, we're nearly there. I want to paint you a picture. Imagine you're having breakfast. Doorbell rings, and you open the door to discover a bailiff, an enormous bailiff. He's a massive man. And he says, I've got a court judgment in my hand. You didn't pay a parking fine. And you can pay, and you say, I've never heard of this parking people. He says, I don't care. I'm a bailiff. I have a court judgment in my hand. He walks into your house, because you can't stop him. He's big. And he takes your television, and he walks out. You're pretty upset. You like your television, but it's gone. So you ring up the court and you say, what's this about? And they say, you've got notices. You were told about the parking fine and you ignored them. And you say, I had no idea what you're talking about. And they check your address and you say, that's my old house. I don't live there anymore. And it turns out that every single one of the notices was sent to the wrong address. You'd be pretty upset, wouldn't you? You'd want your television back. And that's an example of when good service goes bad. But of course it's got nothing to do with shipping. And today I want to tell you about the curious case of Glencore Agriculture and Conqueror Holdings. It relates to this ship, the Amity. And the fundamental facts were as follows. The vessel was fixed on the voyage charter, Conqueror with the owners and Glencore with the charterers. It had an LMAA arbitration clause in the charter party. The vessel arrived at the load port on the 30th of January 2015. On the 31st of January, a Glencore employee, Florian Oosterman, now this is an important part of our story. Florian is in many ways the hero of our story. Gave email instructions and he said, do not berth, wait at the anchorage until the arrival of the Egyptian delegation. The email he sent was sent from his personal email address at Glencore, florian.oosterman@glencore.com. And on the 1st of February 2015, he sent 2 similar emails to the same effect. As to the mysterious Egyptian delegation, the judgment doesn't say who they were. I googled Egyptian delegation. I got this. I think it's a different Egyptian delegation. So what was the claim? The vessel waited 9.2 days. The conqueror claimed demurrage at $7,000 per day minus an account of the undisputed items, and the total claim sum was $43,000. Now, I know that $43,000 is a lot to us on a day-to-day basis, if that was the money in your pocket. But in the context of a big shipping dispute, that is not a great deal of money. At the start of the judgment, paragraph 1, the judge said this, the tribunal said this: although the amount at stake is small, the application has been contested with vigour by the parties and argued with conspicuous skill by counsel on both sides. This is the judge essentially saying, I'm not really sure why I'm here. This is a very small amount of money, and it's a bit of a shame you couldn't resolve it. So what happened next? This is post the 9.2 days, etc. Well, on the 20th of August 2015, a letter before action was sent to Glencore Grain. There was no response. On the 21st of January 2006, on the But what was Mr. Oosterman's role himself? On LinkedIn, he described himself in glowing terms as having been responsible for all operational matters related to South American grain trade, with a throughput of about 7 to 10 million tons annually, but this included managing commercial relationships with a variety, including shipping to South American clients, documentation, and managing bulk shipping. The court, having looked at, was that the junior employee in the back office said this: given the documents in his personnel file, it seems likely that there is an element of exaggeration in this for the purposes of self-promotion. Mr. Including ship agents, brokers and suppliers, documentation and managing profiles are gilding the lily, if not out and out works of fiction. So I had some sympathy with Mr. Easterman, who for forever more now the English case law history as having you fit in his LinkedIn profile. So I do feel quite, there it is, that's what happens. His LinkedIn profile. So I do feel slightly sorry for him, but there it is, that's what happens. The unknown arbitration. On the 28th of October 2016, they opened the door to discover the bailiff waiting to collect their television. Glencore immediately kicked into action and they challenged the award under Section 72 of the Arbitration Act 1996, alternatively Section 67 or Section 68. These provisions, you don't need to read these provisions. All they say is there are certain rules that apply in circumstances when one party to an arbitration hasn't been involved at all. And of course we know that they haven't been involved at all because they said it was the first they'd heard about it, i.e. when they received the award. So the issue for the court was this. The various notices, the notice of the arbitration and the notice to appoint the tribunal, the arbitrator as sole arbitrator, were they validly served by being sent to Mr. Oosterman's email address? Was that valid service under the Arbitration Act? And insofar as you're interested in arbitration, parties are free to agree their method of service, but if they don't, then the provision of Conqueror said this: service, i.e. all of the emails they had sent, was sent to a Glencore Grain email address, and so were therefore validly served on Glencore. Remember, they were sent to Florian.Oosterman at Glencore.com. They said that agency principles, i.e. was he an agent for Glencore for the purposes of accepting service, irrelevant. They referred to a case not so old, the Eastern Navigator, which talked about service on info@bernouth.com, and in that case, the service was held valid on Bernouth lines. Alternatively, that was wrong, then as a matter of agency law, Mr. Oosterman had actual or ostensible authority, and we'll come on to those concepts in a minute and what they mean. So were agency principles engaged? Now, I put the paragraph references for you there, paragraphs 24 to 38. If any of you would like a copy of the judgment, then please come and find me afterwards. I'll email it to you. No doubt there'll be a long queue, and I look forward to dealing with that. Or I could just summarise what the court said, which was this: there is an important difference between sending to a generic email address, e.g. info@shippingco.com, and a specific one, bob@shippingco.com. Just because an employee has general authority to act on behalf of an employer in some contexts does not necessarily mean that he has authority to accept service in an arbitration. The key question for the court to determine was, did Mr. Oosterman have actual or ostensible authority to receive service on behalf of Glencore? A few words on service. Service on an individual. The individual must have actual authority, and that can either be express or implied, or ostensible authority. Express authority, given by express words, i.e. we say that Mr. Oosterman is, as part of his job, authorised to accept service. It be in his employment contract or stated somewhere else. And that simply wasn't the case here. We'll come on to that in a second. What about implied authority? An agent has authority to do whatever is ordinarily incidental to express authority, and such authority as is to be inferred from the conduct of the parties and the circumstances of the case. On the facts, Mr. Oosterman had no implied authority to assume the serious and distinct responsibility for accepting service of legal service. As we know, Mr. Oosterman was simply a junior ops man. As to the question of ostensible authority, well, they raised two arguments: estoppel,
or based on a representation by the principal to the third party, i.e. a representation by Glencore to Conqueror that the agent has authority. But the problem was emails that he sent. He'd only sent 3 emails, which were operational emails, and these reflected his limited operational role in the voyage, and these were insufficient to establish that he had authority to accept service. The consequence of this was that the court held that Glencore succeeded. They managed to set aside the award under Section 72 of the Arbitration Act, 1996. The court said you had to distinguish between a generic email address, e.g. info@glencore.com, and the address of an individual employee, e.g. johnsmith@glencore.com. In other words, service on an individual's email address at a company, where the question of whether or not that was service on the company was determined in the agency principles that we've just looked at. Even why general authority does not generally include authority to accept service or the notice of arbitration. The reality here, of course, is that Mr. Oosterman simply wasn't a man on whom you could validly serve legal proceedings. This has some serious consequences. If you are in claims, if you're making a claim and you're issuing a notice, you have to be very careful about who you're serving your notice on. Equally, to have a look at whether or not you can challenge every address and site. You make sure that you serve on the legal department, because the lawyers will have authority to accept legal service, because that's their job, unlike poor old Mr. Easterman, whose job was to send a few mysterious emails at the start of the voyage. Brokers. Be very careful about serving via brokers. We see this a lot in our claims. People serve notices via the broken channels which first fix the fixtures. But my concern about that is it doesn't necessarily work representing clients. They may do, but again, the answer will lie in the principle of agency. Make sure you get an acknowledgement of any service of any legal proceedings. And of course, don't forget that you can winning an arbitration against your company. Then at those circumstances, you might want to think to yourself, well, one thing we might be able to do is challenge on the basis that really you had nothing to do whatsoever, and you're incredibly surprised to discover some years later that in fact your company has been subjected to arbitral proceedings which you knew nothing about. So I'm very pleased to say that concludes my talk in relation to service going bad and the curious case of Florian Oosterman. I should say, one last aside, I did Google Florian Oosterman, and I'm pleased to say he's doing very well for himself. Go look him up yourselves afterwards, but he's moved on, he's put it behind him, and as far as I'm concerned, he's always going to be something of a legend of English law. And I did at one point wonder if I should email him, because I like this case, because I think it's interesting. It raises a lot of interesting questions, legally speaking. But I do love the idea that there was this chap who was receiving all these emails, and it didn't occur to him to forward them to anybody, but he just deleted them or put them into a trash file it would have been a mistake for me to email him as well, because I think he might have found that a bit weird, so I didn't. But I'm pleased to say that he's doing perfectly well. Anyway, there you go. If you've got any questions, do let me know afterwards. We are here for the whole evening. We're very proud to have been invited to co-host this event. And for one night only, there is free legal advice on tap. Terms and conditions obviously apply, but we can for a drink afterwards. So thank you very much.
May I request Commodore Sandhu to come up? Commodore Sandhu is the member of the Nautical Institute and a committee member, and has been actively involved in organizing this event. Thank you very much, Max. I was almost going to call you Usterman, but never mind. Can I now request Amol, our secretary, to take over the proceedings?
Thank you. कॉलर माइक एक कॉलर माइक और दो हैंड माइक इसका जरूरत नहीं while we While we're waiting for the setup to take place, can I request the speakers to please come up? Dimitris. No particular arrangement. Captain Maini? Did Mr. Oosterman turn up at the witness box during the proceedings? Can we hand out some mics, please? Thank you.
What about ex-employees? In this case, you mentioned an employee who left and of course he went somewhere else, joined the other company. But if an arbitration commences in which the person is involved, can he be someone and is he obligated relating to his period of employment?
Sorry, if I may. That will help me.
Right, my name is Rosh Sharma. I'm with Pacific World Shipping in Mumbai, and the question was directed to Max.
Yeah, okay. The answer is, it depends on where they are. So if it's a London-based arbitration and that employee is in Wales, then you can compel them in some circumstances. If they are over the sea, I have never compelled a witness to give evidence. So you have to be very careful as to whether you might choose to compel a witness to give evidence. And it's because obviously they're an ex-employee. If they're on good terms, then it might be fine. But if they're left on bad terms.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from the audience? Case study that you mentioned. In the case study that you mentioned regarding the abandonment, did the club seek recourse against the vessel itself to recover the dues?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the club does. The debts are in the usual priority that you find in most jurisdictions. So crew claims tend to trump everything, followed by the banks. Locally, sometimes for the shipyards or the agents. Obviously, if there is a judgment registered against the vessel, then that ranks pretty highly. In China, it was slightly peculiar circumstance because we were effectively acting as agents for and on behalf of the crew for their claims, and the court had approved to collect their dues, retain what was due to us and disperse the balance to them. That doesn't mean that they would lose money. So yes, we also lodged as a club a claim against the vessel, and to some degree it had priority over anyone else because a condition imposed by the local maritime authority and the local court for the crew to be released and repatriated was for us to contribute to the upkeep of the vessel by paying for replacement crew to remain on board until she's actually sold. So by contributing to that, we effectively put it up the pile for the process of the sale of the space.
Okay, so in a sense that was a positive development because some jurisdictions then tend to prove claims as top priority but not subrogating them from the insurance.
To be fair, it should be. Crew should be the top priority of these circumstances.
We have a question about this.
I have a question to Mr. Demetrius. My name is Adol from Scorpio. In the case study for in MB Mughal, you say that difference to the owner is to mark the BL or the MR quality unknown. But in most of the cases, I would say 99.9% cases when there is a quality dispute or quantity dispute also, every time owner has to place a LOU first. So how useful is this remark? In most of the clubs have to place the LOU to release the vessel.
Yeah.
So let's say even there is 300 metric tons of cargo quantity discrepancy, the clubs have to place the LOU. The owner club has to place the LOU. So what is the difference under this line written on the BL, quality, quantity unknown?
There's two elements to your question. I'll start backwards. The club doesn't have to issue an LOU. The provision of security by a club to any of its members is always discretionary. So even if the club is inclined to issue an LOU, sometimes it can't because an LOU is not accepted locally, or it cannot eventually agree terms. So that's answered the first question, which is that the club doesn't have to issue an LOU. The second question regarding the bill of lading is, and it affects the issuance of the LOU, is that, as you say, almost always quantity and quality are known and marked as such on the MR and bill of lading. And that is actually a fairly accurate statement because in the case of especially soybean, it is impossible for the master to have or to carry out a proper assessment of the cargo. Don't forget that the vessel is loaded on the instructions of the charterers, who are obliged to produce a number of documents that will satisfy the vessel that the cargo is in a position to be loaded. The charterers also, especially at the time charters, have the obligation and the risk to load the cargo on board the vessel. So unless the master is forced to intervene in the event that he sees something patently dangerous taking place, then most of the times the fact that quantity and quality are known is an accurate reflection of his assessment of what's happening during loading.
So that is okay. The point is, even as I said, all bundle gears are having this remark, printed remark. But when I discharge the fungible lines, the fungible line code. So, okay, I replace the club and I put owner in that place. So even if there is a cargo discrepancy in the discharge code, the owner has to come in front and first of all put a security by way of either a club LOU or direct cash or through the agents or correspondent, whatever way it is. But the problem with the primary exposures to the owner, even if this remark is on the BL. So my question is, what is the advantage of this remark on the BL? My question is, what is the advantage of this remark on the BL?
So then you would then be stopped of claiming that there was another survey report or some document which showed otherwise. Because typically in certain courts you would possibly due to commercial reasons, etc. And the idea of then the quantity or quality and not, again depending on which jurisdiction, certain jurisdictions may not accept it, but correct me if I'm wrong, the English law would be a qualifying statement so that you're not making it into an unequivocal declaration of quantity.
There is no difference.
No, so we are not making an unequivocal statement of the quantity that we have stated on the bill of lading. Is the actual quantity loaded on board.
That's what I'm saying. But when a claim comes, you want to cover it first.
That is a commercial issue because if he doesn't, he's going to lose time. That's a completely separate issue. He's trying to mitigate his loss by putting up security or the cash or the air. So the vessel gets out of the port and the dispute can then be handled. So that's a means of mitigating the circumstances. So you lose the minimum amount of time because, as Captain said, once there's a loss, it's a loss on all each and every part in the chain. So.
Okay, and maybe I'm stretching this too much. Then if the owner is not responsible for the quantity, I'm not able to work here. If the owner is not responsible for the quantity of the cargo, what is the need of this ICA clause in the contract?
I'm not quite sure why they would be mutually exclusive. The ICA clause is there to protect, so you can seek recourse against the charterer, who ultimately is the person responsible for loading the cargo. The fact that the bill is marked quantity, quality, and home does not affect the owner's right of recourse against the charterer.
No, what I will say, if the owner by virtue of this remark on the face of the bill is not responsible for the quantity disputes, in the provision of ICA, owner can be held responsible in the purpose of the master.
He becomes automatically responsible by issuing bills of lading for the carriage of the cargo. So he's not. The remark is there to protect him in limited circumstances, but not to protect him from the liability that he has for the carriage and delivery of the cargo to the receivers. So, to be honest with you, even if you had a 25-page bill of lading, where every single lot that was loaded on board was properly identified and described by the master, that would still not protect the owners from a claim from a claim by the receivers.
So the problem is.
But that's why you have the ICA, so that the owner can deal with it in the first place, and that's probably not responsible.
I see as a province, we all know, if the return of the cost around is 50-50. So why you will not be...
Well, it's a slight scale. It's 100%, one end, 100% the other, and 50-50, 75-25, depending on where the ultimate liability is found. In this case, in theory, it would be pretty much 100% zero, because the vessel hasn't done anything wrong, other than the fact that they've accepted the discharge of China.
Most of the time, you are loading in China, you are very citizen.
Oh yeah, you know, we're restricting.
Yeah, there is the answer, that's the answer.
But that's the commercial risk that any ship owner takes by taking it to any jurisdiction.
Thank you.
I've got a question since the mic is here. To either Alex or Sean on the share time case study. Apart from the fact that this case had the off-hire matter that complicated it even more, but in a conventional time charter when it's nearing its completion, as both from the owner side and the charterers, what would you summarize would be the right approach to take in order to not land up in interpretations of whether, as you mentioned, that the ship, that the charters knew that this was not a legitimate voyage or legitimate order?
Well, I mean, you asked them whether they could maybe talk to each other to try to avoid. I mean, in reality, I think this thing probably actually happens quite quickly.
In fact, it's almost never seen as an issue. So I'm from a broking firm.
Right.
So even when any of our time charters do have, are extending beyond what is stipulated in the CP, it's usually by mutual consent, and nobody really puts more focus on that other than the emails that might go across. So now that this has been highlighted, I'm just wondering whether, as stakeholders in this, do we need to be, is there something more that we should see behind the line?
I don't think so. I mean, if they're the case that it illustrates the state of the law, and I guess normally we don't really want to get any excuses with each other. So we would try to avoid this. Will use this the law, the law well, and they will use because it explained earlier that the in that case will be lost away from the
Since there has been a case here where the owner, even though having accepted the voyage, or the voyage instructions, continued to enjoy the benefit of not having to suffer the consequences of the off-hire.
There's certainly no case. I mean, I was trying to say earlier that that is novelty to me. That an owner accepts an illegitimate voyage order and can then still claim damages, even though they're aware from the start that it's a problem. Not a problem, but there is going to be a late delivery. We haven't yet to find any case law that says no, but there is certainly a case law to us indicate out that that can be a problem.
So from a charter standpoint, just getting the consent from the owners to accept this voyage instruction doesn't give him any solid ground. He's still very much on the back row.
Yes, you need to get their consent. If they would consent, it means that one advantage, of course, that they're consenting is that they cannot subsequently change their mind and say, no, sorry, you can't do this, we're not going to allow you, we're going to stop the voyage because it's worse than we thought. So they can't do that. But it's still they agree that, we agree not to pursue any kind of damages that may arise as a result. But I guess that's a bit much to ask in an email. So it's odd. I mean, it seems to be only friendly, but that seems to be taken a little bit.
Okay, thanks.
You have a question?
No, Commandant, we are from Indian Coast Guard, handling operations on the Western Coast. My question will not be directly related to maritime claims, but I am trying to ask here is, seeing the legal expense, there is a situation. There is a vessel, a naphtha vessel, chemical tanker, anchored off Kochi for quite some time. It had some accident where there was a leakage of naphtha going through the pipe, and right now, everything is completed. The vessel is anchored off Kochi. Initially, the agent, which were delegated to board Sri Lanka, but now he wants to delegate to Kochi. Kochi denies. So my question is, as an enforcement agency, how legally we can remove it from there to prevent a possible danger subsequently? And second question is, in case something happens, who is liable and who should be held responsible?
Okay, I think I can answer that question. So, if the vessel is a threat to the environment, so there is no crew on board and everyone's abandoned the ship, there are provisions under the Merchant Shipping Act which you could use to determine whether the vessel is a threat or not to the environment or to life, etc. And there are powers which the Merchant Shipping Act provides where you can either trap the vessel or destroy it, or in more extreme circumstances.
It has not been resolved so far.
It's not.
So the agents and owners are fighting legal battle with Kochi board to bring it to Kochi, which Kochi board denies. So vessel has not been abandoned. There is no proof. That is what I mean by abandoning. So it is still owned by the company.
Right. So the port is not giving permission to the vessel to come in. Is that correct? And they're not allowing the vessel to sail out either.
No, sailing out is a possibility. Now agent doesn't want to sail it to go.
Oh, okay. So I think that is more of a commercial reason, because what is happening is that the tow to Gaul might be a lot expensive than bringing it to Cochin to get the refabrications or the refurbishments on. That's the only angle that I look at it. But from an enforcement agency's perspective, would you, in certain circumstances, allow an unmanned ship to remain for too long? Because obviously it is now building up to be a threat to the environment and for safety reasons. So there is no skeleton crew on board either. And no standby ducts to...
There are also, I think, water so there is no standby crews. So it's like a live home. And so I don't know what is to be So if some solution can come from some old some case study, something that is listed, that is one part I'm looking at. Second, if something happens, who should be held responsible?
I think we can, there's a more long discussion. I can show you the method in which you can go around it in terms of what authority, what measures can be taken by the authority. Coming to the second half of the question, which is that if something goes wrong, and then what happens and who's responsible?
I know the case. Is the problem. And as my colleague who's sitting at the back will confirm, we were actually offered to come on a particular vessel. I believe we've denied to be involved. So can I just clarify it's not our vessel? Otherwise, making a very strict exit. I think the problem with this particular case is that as far as I know, she's without trial, which means that for you the case is slightly more complicated because it might not be, in this case, a documentation liability place by an insurer, which in addition to the cargo itself is will be concerned in case something happens to the person. So I don't know the particular answer. I don't know the answer to this particular case because the circumstances are quite peculiar. But in ordinary circumstances, if human rights obligations under international conventions to assist with the disposal of the for her to be taken to a safe. The background is why would a vessel which carries a generally admitted to be dangerous cargo be permitted to effectively remove all crew from board and be allowed to be where she is without anyone. That's one. And the other thing, and I don't know the answer, this is an answer probably particular to the Indian Maritime Code. In some jurisdictions, or several jurisdictions, especially in Europe, maintain a list of ports of refuge where ships of distress can be called. That would be the obvious answer that the authority would have to intervene, the local authorities would intervene and tow the vessel there, because surely your primary concern is to ensure that the environment is not in danger, and then you look to find where to throw liability. That's what I would say.
So all vessels coming into Indian ports obviously have to be covered by a list of insurers. All the IG clubs, especially American clubs, are automatically on that list. And there is an approved list of fixed premium underwriters who are permitted to bring their ships into Indian ports. The problem starts when the cargo may be valid when the ship came in, and then due to certain circumstances, either due to financial or other reasons, and then the ship happens. Okay, so the owner should be. The owners are in India, then there would be obviously a recourse against the party directly. It's more difficult if the owners are naturally overseas, where you don't have somebody to speak to as to what's happening. But from what I understand from the set of facts that you outlined, I think it's more of a commercial reason as to why the ship is not going to Gaul instead of Cochin itself, because probably the length of the tour is more expensive. In terms of if there's a mortgagee on the vessel, the owner will not want to lose his asset without any warning or indication. So, and if we said, as you said, there's an Indian owner involved, at least from an enforcement agency's perspective, being concerned about pollution risk, you can at least speak to them and ask them what's happening, because you've got to deal with the problem when it happens, if there's an incident. and at least as a minimum, possibly put up a skeleton crew to make the vessel safe in its present condition. But we can have a chat.
I have a question for Max. I'm quite enamored by Mr. Usman. I will let him go. Usually, when wild instructions are given to the vessel, contact details involved with the vessel. They say that I will be the operator of the ship. My name is John Smith. My contact number so and so. In my absence, these are the people who will be in touch with you. So, in this particular case, I don't know the case, and I'm just assuming, or leave aside the arbitration part of it. But as a good practice, did the vessel actually ask that who is this Mr. Wusterman now telling me what to do?
The evidence in the arbitration, which at the start what he certainly didn't do is provide details of the legal team, and again, why would he? But I think you're right. I think at the start of any voyage, or when they give instructions to the vessel like that, you should be clear as to who you are and what your role is. And I think the critical thing to take out of the case is that just because somebody does something for a company doesn't mean that they have a legal function. And if you're going to press the nuclear button and commence legal proceedings, then you should assume that the people that you deal with on a day-to-day basis in a commercial function, especially ops, do not have authority to accept legal proceedings, and that assumption is fundamental. They might have authority, but you need to find out first before you assume that is correct. And the same goes for brokers' channels. Alex, would like to add something to that?
I mean, we see a lot of charter parties where you might have no information whatsoever about charters. You might not even, you don't even have the right entity. You might not have an address. You certainly won't have notice provisions saying all notices to this email address or whatever. So I think that case is a very timely reminder of the fact that serving arbitration proceedings on someone or any legal proceedings, it's not easy sometimes, and it's not straightforward as going, we've got one email address at that company, so that's good enough. You know, to accept legal proceedings is a special type of power, I suppose, which a lot of people don't have, certainly not a junior ops guy. And we see them where everything is done through brokers, as Max said in his.
I'll add something else, and I probably shouldn't, because at least one of my major clients is sitting just over there at the end of the room, who I serve notices on. But when this judgment came out, the first thing I read it and turned around to Alex, and we were talking about it. I said, right, well, we best get back through all of our notices of appointment and make sure that we haven't just served by our brokers here, because we've probably got problems. And I'm pleased to say that we hadn't on any of our live cases. But there was a nervous day or two as we checked our files just to make sure that we were doing right.
Now the question goes to the P&I club then. Would you or have you as a loss prevention measure issued any guidelines to your members as to be careful with regard to such FDAD cases?
We have not issued, to my knowledge, any guidelines on this particular issue. And I should clarify that, strictly speaking, we should not be assumed to be accepting service of proceedings on behalf of our members either, unless there's a clear suggestion that we're involved in a dispute somehow.
No, under the FDAD.
Under P&I or FDAD, it doesn't really matter. unless there's a clear indication that we as a club are defending or prosecuting a claim on behalf of our members, in which case you could potentially make a case that we are, we've represented that we will accept service of proceedings, then I think you need to be very careful. And even then I would say it doesn't necessarily mean that we will accept service of proceedings. We're just acting as an agent to represent their interests. So, but we haven't issued any loss prevention on the matter. Thank you.
We have a question at the back.
Hi, good evening. I'm Captain Gyanendra Singh, safety consultant from Abaka Research and Consultancy Services. My question is to Sean and Alex. Although I did understand a little bit about the redelivery date and orders from the charter and how it's related to the owner and the off-hire for 6 days custodial days. But I'm going back to the basic case study where it says that the cargo was high ore point crude, and it also says that no hot water washing was carried out, but no hot water washing is in any case carried out for crude after discharge of any crude. And later it says that the cargo had frozen in the line. That's a totally different picture. There's no need for hot water washing for cargo frozen in the line. So could you please put some light on that?
I mean, I think the point is that whatever, it can be done with steam instead, right? Where you have the line, you know there might be some residue in there, so you use steam instead. The point is they didn't do the crew didn't do what they should have done to get the residue, whether that be steam blasting the pipes. They didn't do the standard of cleaning that they should have done in order to get rid of the residue as part of customary systems. I mean, if we call it hot water washing, we call it steam cleaning or whatever, it may be a technical description, but the point is they
cleaning as such. It would require crude washing. Cleaning as such. There's a light crude which is taken which washes it away. And well, the only thing could have been that the line is choked because of the frozen cargo, past cargo.
That's it.
And that also is rare, so I would like to know more on this case if possible.
Basically what Alex is trying to say is that essentially if there is any due diligence that is required by the crew to mitigate the situation, they haven't done it in the present circumstance, whatever the case may be, as I said. Possibly it is running a light crew, possibly crew are washing, heating, steaming, etc. If they haven't carried out those duties, then are they in the same position as they were? So, I mean,
I mean, I'm happy to discuss afterwards if you like. This is a hypothetical case study, and I have heard of examples of what's happening. Where crude pipe or crude freezes goes solid. Area customary systems, because what are you required to do? If it's a legal concept, and if the cleaning would be beyond customary systems, then potentially instructions and charters to do it. But I think in this case, because of the nature of the cargo, because they know what's going to happen, they should have known to do the steaming, stripping the lines, or whatever it is, the actual process that would have got rid of this residue. They should have done it, and they didn't do it. So I would say owners have breached the obligation, and therefore it's problems.
We have a question at the back.
Hi, this is Prateek Sibal from Scorpio. I have a question for you, Max, regarding the. And I agree that in a case like the Glencore one, impact on the time bar, say the time bar expired after the service of the arbitration, but before the award was furnished.
100%. I mean, that is why they were so vociferous in why they fought it, because of course if you have a 1-year time bar, for example, if you haven't validly served within that 1-year window, and the time bar passes, you're out of time. So the owners in the Oosterman case were time barred from pursuing their claim because they ran out of time. And that is why you have to get service right. And that's why the thing just ignoring all those emails, time was always ticking away on the list of emails, time was always ticking away on the list of arbitration. If they had time, they could have started the arbitration again, and they probably would have got the same result, because there was cost. So whether it's $42,000 or 45, whatever it was, and although the judge is obviously not very happy about having lived on the days of his judicial life spoiled by this small claim, actually it proved to be very good for them, because not only did they not have to pay the demurrage, but they would have got their costs back, because in English courts you get the majority of your costs back if you're successful, and indeed an arbitration. So, yeah, a bit of a mess by the owners on that one.
Good evening, my name is Mohan Naik from Balacom Tankers. My question is addressed to Captain Sanjay. A hypothetical case about collision in the high seas, beyond the jurisdiction of everybody except the flag state. Are you obligated to give your investigation report to any court which is examining the issue? Let's say there is no pollution, there is just a normal collision, and some apportionment of claim is being done between two different ships. You have to flag a function. Are you obligated or is it your responsibility to give the investigation report of the case to the court of arbitration? Or to the plaintiff?
I think addressing one of our slides, I highlighted the little point where we know a portion claim, but the last line of that slide also said that we will not participate in the investigation where the other agency is trying to apportion blame for the cause or for any other reason. So we will not participate with that agency at all. But what we will do, if it's a case-to-case basis, we are not obligated to give any report to anybody except to the IMO and to the other agencies we have sort of a collaboration like MAIR. For example, Vice President of MAIR is also our investigator who's working for us. So what we would do then in a case where it is not about apportioning blame and finding, because in any case that report will be in the IMO. So anybody can access that. But it will not apportion any blame. It will only have the root cause and what is the corrective actions that are sort of suggested and what would be done in future to prevent such an incident happening again.
These reports are for major casualties. Are they for even for small casualties, like a collision involving no loss of life or pollution?
Yeah, we have 4 kinds of casualties defined in our investigation scope, which call it, an incident, marine casualty, a serious marine casualty, or a very serious marine casualty. So depending on the gravity of the damage or the loss, that much time is devoted into getting into that whole scenario. For normal cases, like I mentioned, we have one form. In any case, that form comes for everything. We have one form called MI-109, which comes for any incident. And we will view that and see, that is also on my slide, if you notice, that we would decipher then what action, what level of investigation to conduct on that. That's how we go about it. But it can vary from flag to flag.
But eventually everyone, every flag state is following the IMO casualty code. They're all following that. And they're supposed to follow that. We do it a little more diligently.
Thanks. Question for Captain Main. My name is Shiv Bharve at Nautical Institute. You mentioned that before you will not take a vessel, one of the conditions of taking a vessel into under your flag is vessel less than 20 years old. I think you mentioned 20. And you mentioned an inspection regime. Does it happen that one of your flag vessels, you have a running report state, etc., your own inspections find that there is no substantial change or improvement, that you actually tell the vessel, thank you very much, move away?
Well, that's a very good question actually, and I'm very happy to answer this. What happens if you have, like I'll give the same example of a student who's in a school. He does one act which is not acceptable to the school. He's warned, and he does a second similar thing. He's warned again. How many times does he have to be warned before he's expelled? So the normal course would be to expel him. In any school or any institution, in any office, the same is the case with us. We have in fact, sir, not in the recent, but about 5-6 years ago, we have asked the ship owner to take his ships away. But this is also very important that this is a root cause. You are able to vet the ship and the ship owner and the ship operator at the time of registering. Then you have got a lot of chances to avoid, accidents do happen, but you have actually reduced your risk a little bit. Now, as far as I know, for the Indian flag, for example, that is where the traditional comes in. They cannot refuse a registry. If the ship belongs to an Indian owner, and an Indian owner comes to the Indian government and says, I want to register the ship here, they cannot refuse. That is what I know about it. But in our case, we do. For every 300 ships that we register in a year, there are equal amount of ships we have refused because that is a part of the open registry. They have that option available to them. But most of the traditional registries don't really do that because the person will say, I am a so-and-so national from your country, you're refusing to take my ship. And what that government can do is ask him to improve the condition and give him a provisional registry. And then when the time comes to give a permanent registry, they should go and inspect the ship and see if any changes have taken place or not. So this would be a mistake for any government or any flag state to reduce potential risk in terms of a vessel into their fleet.
Captain Mani, before you hand over the mic, I have a question for you. Is there any limit, a time period within which an investigation report has to receive from a ship owner regarding a casualty on board? Let's say, for example, the death of a crew member. Because in certain circumstances, what happens is the autopsy report takes a few months to receive. How does your flag state look at that?
So what we have to wait for that. If it's a very serious marine casualty, you will go and go straight away. And then you will wait together and then get that autopsy report or whatever is required. But paperwork doesn't stop our investigation process.
I'll give the lady a chance.
As a previously from Hindustan Petroleum, my question is about is there any time limit for example, I have received a leverage claim from the ship owner and I have given my counter. So is there a time limit for the owners to reply on that? If the owner is not replying, say within 1 year or 2 years, can I consider that claim is withdrawn, or I can send a confirmation that it is to be considered as a withdrawn.
Okay. Here's the question addressed.
Anybody can.
But I don't think it's, you can't assume that the claim is going to pay. Do you mean after arbitration started or just...
No, it's not about arbitration. It is a normal claim. Like I have received a claim, I have given the counter, but I have not received any reply from the owners for a long time.
I don't think you can assume something's gone away. If it's not a 1 year time bar, under English law there's a 6 year time bar, which you can, after then you can...
6 years is international.
It's only under English.
Time limit for both, for Indian also, for international also.
So typically a 90-day time bar in a charter party for a demerits claim.
Is there any clause?
Well, demerit claims are notoriously, you've got to be so careful about those, because there are some 90-day time bars, or notification of claims, and then another 90 days, for example, for a claim.
So 90 days is no communication.
Well, so long as they have given you all the relevant supporting information and you have a validly documented claim within the 90-day period, the claim is not time barred by itself, then it's a discussion which you commercially
My question
negotiate.
is that only, if there is no decision from the ship owner, then I would not like to start a decision because anyway I have to pay the money.
Well, in that circumstance, probably the ship owner would be the aggrieved party and then he would be seeking redress against you.
I would just leave it. Just
Keep it
quiet.
Listen to Mr. Oosterman's advice. Not with it.
Maybe don't bring it up in a public forum like this.
Tell Mr. Oosterman that if they don't reply to your emails.
He's a role model.
Okay, thank you.
As Max said, we have 3 hours of free legal advice along with the drinks.
Subject to terms and conditions.
Subject to T&C. Okay. Any more questions? So throats are dry, maybe heading up to the bar. Bars slowly being set up. I can see that.
There's a question from one of our fellows.
Sure.
I'm not sure the etiquette is about panel member asking another panel member something, but I really enjoyed your talk about registered. What's your expectation looking 10 years into the future as to who the biggest registrars will be? Will it be the same as it is now, or will it have changed?
Well, I would like to believe that we at number 2 will become number 1. In fact, Max, very few registries actually increase the numbers. They do. We are an NGO, but not all registries are NGOs. They work on a profit basis as well. But for us, we have never looked for numbers. We've always looked for the quality and what we can do. For example, like I said, in 2007 we were only 35 million gross sales. In 11 years, or let's say 10 years, we are 162 million. That's 5 times in 10 years. So we as a registry are not looking for numbers. We are happy to be number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It doesn't matter to us. As long as every ship in our fleet has the least percentage of detentions across the globe, we are able to look into each ship and have enough staff all over the world to actually preserve the asset for the ship owner and whatever we do. So we are not looking for numbers, but to be very honest and as a very unbiased look, I think Marshall Island is going to be number 1 in the years that come. I think. I may not be here at that time, but I'm 100% sure. Because the number of
money and time and people that we had looking after each of us. We are bound to do. That is the news that we have created for children.
Okay, I'll take one question. I'll give the gentleman a chance because he's not had a chance. One final question, then I'll during drinks.
My name is Captain Shankar, sailing with Nautical Institute. My question is, any one of you, usually when you get a voyage orders, followed by you get some tanking to be carried out for the next voyage. In that case, you get some instructions from the operators who sitting in the office anywhere on the world. And then sometimes it can be, because it is a real case which is happening with you. And after a series of communication, the operator has given the instructions for tank cleaning, the vessel carried out the tank cleaning, she went to the next port, carried out the, loaded the cargo, first food sampling, it was taken, vessel was thrown out of the berth. Then after this, it was proved by the master that the operator has given the wrong tank cleaning instructions. In this case, who will be liable? Is the owner liable, or is the operator liable who has given the instructions?
So the owner and the operator are different entities. And
yes.
What has happened is the operator has given certain instructions which the later found to be incorrect. And as a result, the vessel had to...
The operator is saying that tank cleaning was not carried out properly because the vessel was thrown out of the berth. But later on it was proved that the instructions given by the operator was not correct. Because of that, the tanks have been failed and the cargo was lost time. So now in this case, what is going to happen, that whether the owners will be liable for all this delays and claims, or the operator?
But there's slight confusion in the panel, so can I just clarify the question? The charterer is giving tank cleaning orders to the vessel which are wrong, and then the crew then carries out those orders, and damage to the vessel then ensues.
Yeah, that's right. And due to which the cargo has gone off-spec.
I can answer that question depending on whether I'm acting for charterers or I don't know the actual answer. Maybe these gentlemen do, but I would suggest that that is an order that the crew and or the master would be entitled to query and not necessarily follow through with without scrutinizing it, because it goes to the actual running of the vessel itself. It's not an operational order in the sense that go there and load this cargo. I don't know whether there's an indemnity in this particular case would extend from the charter to the owner. I think it's something that's ultimately, if the owners follow knowing that they're wrong, if the orders followed and the owners knew that they were wrong, then they might have difficulty going after the charters.
Someone asked me quite a similar question. Is it you? Yeah. The point I mentioned in the case study is that the Charles Marty there, Charles Marty says that unless ordered by charters to the contrary, owners will provide all customary assistance. And the question there was what happens if they tell you not to do things that would be normal. And I said that I thought you as an owner, if you followed that, you might have a claim against the charter giving those orders and be complying with them. I think what you're saying is that the charters are giving orders and owners are following them, and then bad stuff results. I think again that would be. I would have thought that you, as an owner, you have an indemnity from charters for the damage. I mean, if it then causes all sorts of knock-on delays, that's a little bit more complicated. But in terms of the damage to the vessel, I think you, as owner, would have a claim against charters for following those orders. I mean, if it was just
think you'll also have to look at the tank cleaning clause in the charter party itself. Sometimes it's supposed to be ultimately responsible for the outcome of cleaning itself. So you have charter party clauses which are peculiarly drafted for such a situation. So you'll have to analyze that as well.
Thank you.
You got any question there? I think that's possibly the last one we'll take. Unless there's a burning question.
I think what the captain here wanted to clarify out was the reasonableness of the master. I mean, okay, you have received an instruction on a particular amount, or particular instruction on how to specifically conduct an operation. Reasonably speaking, he has gone through it, it does not raise any red so to speak. But that results in the offset cargo. That's what you wanted, sir?
Yeah.
So let's say as the owner, how do you go about it?
As I said, there's also, especially in product and chemical tankers, where the nature of the cargo is quite sensitive. There are typically tank cleaning clauses which lay the onus on a particular party. So it might be on the charter's guidance or advice, but ultimately owner's responsibility. So if he feels it's a reasonable order, but obviously he has to do his own due diligence in terms of go through the guides that are available in the market of what grade of cleaning would be required from going from grade A to grade B. And if he sees any certain discrepancy in that order which was given and what's been stated in the expert guides from his own experience and probably from the experience of the vessel itself, I think it's his duty to raise that to the charters at some point and say, yes, that's fine, but I think this is what needs to be done. And that's a discussion that we can have, because if the charter party lays the onus eventually on the master and the owners, the charters are acting only in an advisory perspective rather than in an instructing perspective. Okay, I think it's a good interactive session that we had, and I'd like to use this opportunity, since the sponsors are also on the dice, to invite Captain Shastri, who is our chairman of the Nautical Institute India West branch, to hand out the plaques to the sponsors as a token of their appreciation.
Thank you, Amol. And now, of course, I have the wonderful task of the vote of thanks on behalf of the board of Nautical Institute India West Branch, committee members. I wish to thank our sponsors, and before that, Carnival, who actually arranged the audiovisual and the presentation and the decoration, the MCA Club for providing us such a wonderful venue. I was so happy to hear all the speakers praising both the venue and the facilities and the decor, and even the view and the scene, I believe, was found so suitable. As well as I'd like to thank Sea Jobs. I haven't seen them around. They're supposed to be here, and Sailor today, you're here. So thank you so much. So I'll urge you to do it as well. If you clap hard for several seconds, it raises the temperature of your palms, which raises the temperature of your body slightly. It gets your throat parched, and your first drink is really enjoyable. So can we put a big hand? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Right.